From the vast reaches of the Mongolian steppe, an army of over 100,000 men swept aside all resistance, claiming territories that spanned continents. Their leader, Genghis Khan, proclaimed his life's ambition was to unite the world under one empire. Having conquered the East, the Mongols turned their attention to the West, where they would come face to face with some of the greatest armies of medieval Europe. Would Genghis Khan's legendary warriors finally meet their match? By 1221, the Mongols had taken cities throughout Asia, generating vast amounts of tribute from those they conquered. The West, however, was still an untapped resource. Genghis Khan sent his trusted generals, Jebei and Subutai, to attack Europe. With an army of 20,000, Jebei and Subutai took the West by surprise, raiding cities and destroying armies. Within 2 years, they had the prosperous Rus territories in their sights. But in their way was a Rus army of over 40,000 men. Outnumbered, Jebei and Subutai turned and started to head back east. The Rus sensed an easy victory and set off in pursuit of their retreating enemies. For 8 days, the fast-moving Mongols stayed just out of reach. Then, Jebei and Subutai set their trap. They lured the Rus across the Kalka River and turned to fight. The Rus had fallen for one of the Mongols' most effective tactics, the feigned retreat. The stage was set for the Mongol army to test themselves against Europe's finest. The Mongols charged across the European plains, with the fatigued Rus army in close pursuit. The Rus had fallen for the Mongol tactic of the feigned retreat, and unknowingly followed them into peril. The Mongol general sprung his trap on the enemy scouts. With the Rus scouts cut down, General Subutai crossed the Kalka River. Here, he would stage a full-scale ambush on the vast Rus army. Subutai directed his warriors to split up and lie in wait for the enemy.
게르디에게 당하지와야. 거기서 게르디가 없어. 거기서 거기서. 게르디가 뭐? 거기서 거다. 베이트. 거기서 야다 돌아가. 거기서 거다. 게르디.
For Subutai's strategy to be effective, he needed to spring his trap before the Rus recovered from their long pursuit. He sent his most fearsome Mangudai horse archers to draw the Rus quickly towards the ambush site. These highly skilled warriors could fire their bows rapidly while riding at speed. The Mongol provocation was effective, and the Rus hastily pursued. The Rus army had fallen for the feigned retreat and rode straight into the Mongol ambush. With the enemy surrounded, Subutai's battle-ready warriors descended from all sides. The Mongol ambush was devastating, and Rus numbers were reduced to a few desperate stragglers. Seeing the fate of their comrades, the last Rus encircled themselves in a makeshift fort of baggage carts. The Rus stockade fell. Despite a valiant last stand, the remnants of the Rus army were cut down. Spurred on by the crushing victory at the Kalka River, the Mongols advanced ever further into the heartland of the Rus. In the noise and confusion of battle, communications were vital. One solution was the use of message arrows.
Signal arrows could be used to send messages to your drone troops. Faster than a man, faster than a horse.
It was the quickest way to communicate in the heat of battle. Whistling arrows were blunt, and most importantly, they announced their arrival. But they weren't just used to pass written messages. When shot in a volley, whistling arrows could be loud enough to signal to a small group of warriors, telling them both where and when to attack. On hearing the sound, they would gallop in and strike where the arrows landed. However, a much louder sound was required to sound the retreat or to communicate to the whole army. That was the job of the war drums.
Mongols also used gongs, and the combinations of drums and gongs gave the Mongols a wide array of signaling options.
We do not know the exact rhythms they used, but basic commands could be conveyed with different percussive patterns. They enabled the Mongols to communicate with their own forces and strike fear into the enemy. They were the heartbeat of the Mongol army. On the banks of the Kalka River, thousands of Rus were killed by the Mongols. The hunters had become the hunted. But in the years leading up to this Mongol raid in the west, Genghis Khan had been focusing his attacks on the east and the Qin dynasty of northern China. Controlling wealthy lands and trade routes, Qin cities overflowed with riches. In 1210, the Qin's new ruler, seeing Genghis Khan as a threat, demanded that he swear loyalty to him. Genghis Khan refused. To the Qin, this defiance was a declaration of war. The Qin had a huge army, and their territory was protected by vast fortifications, known today as the Great Wall. The Mongols had never faced a more formidable enemy. Genghis Khan knew the only way to defeat the Qin would be to take their heavily defended capital city, Zhongdu, on the other side of the Great Wall. Genghis Khan would be committing his people to a long, hard war. Would the rewards be worth the cost? For answers, he looked to the gods. Climbing a sacred mountain, he prayed to the eternal sky. After 4 days, he received his answer. The Mongols would be victorious. With divine reassurance, the Mongol army set out across the steppe. They must break through the Great Wall to destroy the Qin dynasty and further expand the Mongol Empire. The Qin fortress of Shangjaku blocked Genghis Khan's path to the Great Wall. Seeing the strength of the defenses at the front of the fortress, Genghis Khan dispatched his scouts to seek out an alternate approach. Mongol warfare relied heavily on the mobility of mounted scouts. They could travel at high speed, explore the terrain, and gather information on enemy weaknesses. The Khan's swift riders advanced up the steep mountain, discovering a hidden path above the Qin fortress. The Qin had deployed patrols on the mountain above their fortress. But the Mongol scouts, although isolated from their army, had the advantage of speed. The Mongol riders discovered an embankment leading to the back of the fortress. Here they found far fewer Qin defenses than at the front. Learning of the weak defenses at the back of the fortress, Genghis Khan saw his opportunity to attack. The Mongols began their ride to battle. If the Mongols took the fortress, they could freely advance on the Great Wall. The Mongols burned the enemy building, claiming valuable spoils from the ruins. The Mongols sacked the fortress of Zhangjiakou, ensuring that they would not be attacked from behind as they advanced on the Great Wall. With the Qin fortress posing no further threat, Genghis Khan called on his people to bring in their mobile camp. Next, the Mongols needed a base close to the Great Wall. They targeted the Qin village of Yangcheng.
Арвачид бэл. Сандик удаандаг цаг боллоо.
Бид барьсан. Цаачнам. Жарлаг. Бид зорчсон. Ман барьсан. Ажил нам. Дасо.
Бэлт.
Дасо.
Бид зорчиж байна уу? Ярил дагсуу. Дагсуу.
А? Дасо.
Дагсуу. Тэгсүү.
Сан барьсан. Өрөөлөөр явнам.
Юу? Санардаг гэсэн үг яа гэсэн.
Мастер бүлгөө.
Ярил япаа. Таньж бүлэглэсэн. Ахтан болдуга. замд гарсуу. Давтлах уу. Урах ярьдаг сор болгосон.
Жан даруухан. Гөрөөж байна уу? Сайн байна.
Залбиг бод. Анирт. Тохгүй. Одтгүй.
Би энд байна. Би ихэд байна.
Jáde von Arbeiten, aber stopp mit der Maschine! Bitte! Jáde von bitte!
Танд юу хэрэгтэй вэ?
Анчит bitte!
Амар байна уу?
Сонор!
Уугачаа тэгсв. Анда оролцоо.
Цугаар бэлт. Гişүү тэмгэж байна.
Санарт тэгсв. Гişүү тэмгэж байна уу? Ажил бидэн. Би үүнийг бариад өгсөн. Юу хийх вэ?
Өсөө самбалгаа.
Түүнийг барьсан.
Жарник болдоггүй.
Ажил хүлээж байна уу?
Нун бэлэн.
Сайхан ажил хөдөлгөөе бэлэн.
Hearing of the Mongol advance, nearby Qin villages began sending attacks, hoping to weaken Genghis Khan's army.
Өсөө самбалгаа. Нун бидээ. Ой, куда? Jáde von bitte!
By destroying the Qin village, the Mongols had stopped the attacks from its garrison.
Түүнийг барьсан. Юу хийх вэ? Би энд байна.
Сонор урахгүй ярьж хүлээж байна. Удаа. 외전발 통 선업 통보 어느 통. 자 택수 자리되게 서로 받았어. 납수 통. 아니 가로지 마요. 못다른 반납수. 알아봐 지비제 놈 비징.
أجلت بذاك
아니 깜짝 쪽이. 아니 없으마는 젠틀에서 모두가 아르바치 끝 아르바치 끝 아르바치 선언 아르바치 잘 모두가 아르바치 다 얻고 다른 아르바치 또 다른 못다른 아르바치 못다른 아르바치 예르기 당기면 다 곧 아르바치다 멘트 자 닉수 멘트가 모두 납수통 멘트바이고 아르바치다 어떻고 아르바치다 누가 멘트 문제요 안타깝게 저는 서구분 어떻고 안나 멈춰봐 멘트 멘트가 서로 모두 누가 아르바치 어디 아르바치 오다르 오다르 아르바치 Ganze Turbo, ja, kriegst du. Gute Mann, ganz lange zu. Und zum Abend. Ganz halber Schütte. Geldiger Sonne mit Soso. Aber geldiger Sonne. Ganze Turbo, Turbo. 아르바치드 차고 예. 아르바치다 무슨 아르바치다 밑에 야주가 히드 공사가 밑에 야주가 오다 아르바치드 밑에 야주가 원납수 히드
Танд юу хийх вэ? Цугаа. Цугаа авах цаг боллоо.
Ganze Turbo, hey, an. Komma bitte. Arabacı, bitte. Arabacı da. Ganze Turbo, hey, Turbo. Hadi Turbo. Oyuncum yasal olsun. O başla. Hasta. Güç var. Ya kim bu? Kilim. Tanrıcı bu.
Yanchong fell to the Mongols, and nothing now stood between Genghis Khan and the Great Wall. It was time to face the Qin head-on at the Great Mountain Pass at Juyong. In order for Genghis Khan's assault to go as planned, he would need to move his base closer to the Great Wall. Fortunately, the Mongols specialized in the construction of mobile camps and could easily pack their holdings and move to a new location.
Benci 죽어라 자르기 정치적 위 단수 자르기 알다 어렵구만 에든바이통 다른 자르기 납소통 납소통 하나 아스도가 힘의 보안이 건너 나는 나는
아주 기대돼. 아직 хүлээж байна. 자, 택소. 나 어렵더가. 미 오닉 베레 택소.
The warriors of the grassland stormed the Great Wall. The formidable barricade, thought insurmountable, finally bent to the will of Genghis Khan.
아무래도 비 제lik ястар болгосон. Цугаан. сайхан болж хоёр.
The great keep at Juyong Pass burned to the ground, giving the Mongols a secure route into the heart of Qin territory. As pillars of smoke billowed from the mountain pass, Genghis Khan charged forward into new lands and on to his ultimate goal, the wealthy Qin capital of Zhongdu. The Mongol Empire was one of the largest the world had ever known. This couldn't have been achieved without the hardiness and endurance of the Mongol horse. The Mongol horse was the empire's main mode of transport. From the extreme heat of the Gobi Desert to the harsh sub-zero temperatures of Eastern Europe, it had to be adaptable to any type of condition. Professor Del Jaborgian is an expert on this breed.
The Mongolian steppe is very cold in winter and very hot in summer. So Mongolian horse has very thick coat and long hair and very hard hoofs.
Left untrimmed and unshod, their hooves are perfect for crossing all types of terrain. And by feeding themselves on what was naturally available from the land, the army was freed from carrying additional fodder on campaign.
In winter, it can pour off the snow and eat the grass underneath.
But it wasn't just their versatility that made them invaluable. It was also their ability to travel great distances quickly, made possible by a unique fifth gate. The fifth gate is an energy-efficient pace that enables the Mongol horse to travel at a steady speed for long periods of time. And the running style is almost bounce-free, meaning a warrior could endure longer rides and even sleep whilst on the move. Today's Mongolian crossbreeds still have this ability. But like any horse, carrying a person at speed couldn't be kept up indefinitely. This meant that before the horse became tired, the rider could switch to a fresh one.
When they train the horse, they just change it on the move from one saddle to another saddle.
By repeatedly switching horses, a mounted warrior could travel vast distances much faster than conventional armies. With their speed, adaptability, and endurance, the Mongol horse was the engine that drove the Mongol army to victory. Genghis Khan had successfully breached the Great Wall of China. He led his forces to the greatest prize in the East, the capital city of Zhongdu. He besieged the city, knowing that its inhabitants could not hold out forever. Bearing down on the gleaming capital of Zhongdu, Genghis Khan raised the Black Banner of War on his historic enemy, the Qin dynasty. To take the heavily garrisoned capital, the Mongols would have to starve its army by eliminating Chengdu's suppliers. But first, the Khan directed his warriors to raid Qin buildings and villages surrounding Chengdu. Word of the army's wealth would spread, compelling Mongol soldiers from the north to join the fight, seeking spoils of their own.
벌써보다 매우 벌써 맞다 매털 그 좋아한다 잔뜩 일자모이 보스분들아 수위 낙소 어딨어 낙소 미쳤남 못들면 낙소
Hearing of the Khan's successful raids, Mongol settlers and soldiers arrived to join his army. With his numbers steadily growing, the Khan turned his attention to the capital. He sought to starve Chengdu's army by cutting off its suppliers.
낙소 못들면 Arabacı da bet. Yok jagat to jardige takso. Bomsama bet tarın. Onur orkuda 얼도. 용 Medimento, quero que tá que vai. Dançou. 오고 다른 부대 흑수. 그러지 마렴. 에르딘 막다지 마렴. dançou. 오고 다른 헬비겠지 마렴. 비 남은 오고 다른 아 머리. 아르바치드 차고 왔고 앙스 머리소. 아힌 닥소. 머리소. 하늘을 떴고 알베의 우탄소 점점 세금이다 오고 다른 빌딩 날들 이거졌소 미쳤다 오다른 어딨어? 잔디게 닥소 요 아파요 버스로가 잔디 토르도 매달 아니 닥소 왜 잔다 오고 다른 부대 보이고 있고 잔디들
In raising the market at Fangshen, The Mongols had severed a critical supply line to the capital. In destroying the supplying markets, the Mongols denied Chengdu critical supplies, leaving its garrison weakened. A Qin trader made it safely into the city and reported on the Mongols' numbers and movements. Chengdu would now allocate any military supplies it received to rallying counterattacks on the steppe invaders. Genghis Khan's army struck down the trader that was headed to resupply Chengdu. For every trader killed, Chengdu lost several days' worth of supplies. The Mongols were systematically choking the city and starving its garrison. Without hesitation, the Khan's warriors put their torches to the market at Darsing, snuffing out weeks of Chengdu's supplies. As the Mongols continued to sabotage the city's supplies, Chengdu's garrison grew weaker by the day. Despite the Mongols' efforts to stop them, enough Qin traders had entered Chengdu to fully resupply its military. Choosing their moment, the Qin launched a counterattack.
Geldiler olsun. Geldiye sarılsın. Yomu penude. Geldiye sarılsın. Geldi kurtun.
Жарлаг буулгах гэж зам гарсан. Наманцсан.
Уугадан хөдөлсөө. Гişүү тэмгэж байна.
Уугадан манд жарлаг хэрэгтэй ажгаа. Цугаар даруй хөдөлсөн. Жарлаг буулгах гэж байна. Санарт. Гişүү тэмгэж байна.
The Mongols put down the Qin counterattack. But another would soon come if Qin traders continued to resupply Chengdu's military. The market at Tongzhou was set aflame, and with it many vital supplies intended for the city. The Mongols left the Shunyi market in ruins, ensuring the village could no longer send supplies to Chengdu. With Chengdu devastated by starvation, the walls of the great Qin capital were devoid of soldiers, and only a diminished garrison remained. Desperate and isolated, Chengdu could no longer resist. The time had come for Genghis Khan to launch his assault on the city.
Хөдөлгөө юм бид. 됐어. Ажид бидэг. Би читгэж байна.
Амдуга зардаг буудал. Ажид бидэг. Би зүтгээд байсан.
Танд юу хийх вэ? Би энд байна. Түүнийг барьсан.
Зардаг буудал дуга. Онор.
Ажил би чанах шатна. Би чамд ястар болгосон. Амар байна уу? Анда өтөр хөдөлсөн. Талбар руу морилж байна. Харагна. Би чанах шатна. За тэгсэн. Анда. Цугаар гэлт. Даруй махан авчирсан. Юу хийх вэ? Гişүү тэмгэж байгаав юу?
Зардаг буудал дуга. Зардаг дуга. Ханхаа. Jerry 캐릭터 찍어. 가능성이 가능하지 마요. Jerry가 벌써. 자, 백수. 헛꽃, 어두통. 내려.
Genghis Khan unleashed the wrath of his Mongol warriors on the heart of the beleaguered city. The Great Chin Monument was put to flame. Mongol victory was within reach. The city was ready to fall in the wake of the destruction wrought by the Mongols. Zhongdu fell to the wrath of Genghis Khan's warriors, yielding great riches for the Mongol Empire. The sacking of Zhongdu would be remembered as one of Genghis Khan's most devastating victories. But this was just the beginning of his quest to create a global empire under Mongol rule. The Mongols were famed for their archers. And at the heart of their success was the clever engineering of the Mongol bow. The Mongol bow was part of a family of bows. Different cultures made these in varying shapes, but they were all made of the same materials. They were all composite bows, assembled from several parts. Lucas Novotny is a world-class horse archer and a master composite bow maker.
Here we have a wooden core. That's what we begin with. The core is basically the invisible part of the bow. All we see in a bow is always the flesh. However, we never see the skeleton. Just like in a human, we know it's there.
The wooden parts are fitted together with precision joints, giving the bow its distinctive shape.
Okay. Now, we have the tips. They go in like so.
These tips of the bow are non-bending. They act as levers that allow you to draw a much stronger bow than you normally would be able to. It's a genius bit of engineering.
The next stage in assembling the composite materials is to laminate the wooden core with strips of horn. A tool called a tendiek ensures that even pressure is applied to the glued surfaces.
That's a lot of pressure. I have to work to really kind of keep this in place.
Horn resists compression and stores energy. It is the muscles of the bow. The bowmaker then applies the sinew. This is dried animal tendons that have been pounded and shredded to produce fine fibers of considerable tensile strength. Bundles of combed sinew are moistened with water, then soaked in glue made from the swim bladders of fish. The sinew is applied carefully, layer by layer. One medieval text states that all of the skill lies in the laying of the sinew.
You have to really be quick with your hands. You have to make sure the fibers are straight.
Keeping the sinew straight is essential. If the limbs are not perfectly true, the bow risks twisting in action.
A finished Mongol bow is usually covered with leather or birch bark to protect it from the elements. But the horn is exposed. That is where the power is.
In the hands of highly skilled mobile horse archers, the Mongol bow became one of the most legendary weapons in history. On June the 1st, 1215, the city of Chengdu, known today as Beijing, fell to the Mongols. They looted the city, sending caravans loaded with luxuries back home. This victory over the Qin dynasty was to be one of Genghis Khan's greatest triumphs. After his death in 1227, his descendants continued the conquests, and his grandson, Batu Khan, had his eyes on the west. The Mongol raids of the 1220s had shown that the Rus lands held riches worth exploiting. The battles had devastated the Rus elite, and their defenses were weak. So Batu Khan organized an enormous invasion force, determined to turn the Rus lands into vassals of the Mongol Empire. The Mongols captured territory after territory. By 1240, they had their sights on the great city of Kiev. Kiev was a jewel among the Rus principalities, a center of scholarship, power, and wealth. Batu Khan's cousin Monka was put in command of the advance force, ready to attack. Chroniclers tell of Monka's admiration for the beauty of Kiev. so he was reluctant to destroy it. Monka sent his envoys to the city to demand its surrender. But Kiev's commander-in-charge refused and killed the Mongol envoys. Monka would not stand for such disrespect. His army rode to the city walls and prepared to attack. They would show Kiev no mercy. Monkey Khan's drive into the west brought the Mongol army to the splendid city of Kiev, the gateway to Europe. The Kievan commander had refused to surrender, leaving Monkey only one choice: to take the city by force. The Mongol army broke through the gates of Kiev and marched on the city. Monka Khan called on his people to bring in their mobile camp, while his forces secured a location for it. The immediate area beyond Kiev's main gate was lightly populated, but rich in resources. Beyond lay 3 fortified districts: the outer city, the inner city, and a wealthy trade district. The Khan was determined to punish the defiance of Kiev, and would not relent until the entire city fell to ash. The Mongols unpacked their camp, ready to continue their assault on Kiev. The Mongols took out a Kievan supply convoy and claimed the resources for themselves.
자, 맥주대. 아니, 헛골, 헛통. 어다라. Юу хэмээн ярьдаг буулгахгүй хөдөд гэж анхааралтай сонор давцахгүй. Эй, хат. Юу хийх вэ? Бүгд хөдөлгөх цаг боллоо. За, би үүнийг шалгах хийсүү.
Хин ажил хийхдээ.
Шаан болгох цаг болбай.
Намайг хааш явуулах вэ?
Бүгд сантанаас бүгд хөдөл. Ама. Тушаалж баймуу. Давтал ирчүүдэ. Үслэлтийн хороо тушаал хүлээмүү. Баалб хороо тавтаа явахгүй. Ирчүүдэ. Давтахгүй. Ирчүүдэ. Сүрийн хүчүүд боо. Юу хийж эцдэг боо?
Би дайсныг хармаа.
Сумаагүй.
Бүгд сонс. Таны хүслийг ёсчлон биелүүлсэн. Бүгд хөдлөх цаг боллоо. Танус. Бүгд хөдөл. Би танд барьж өгсөн.
Эдэнд тушаамгүй. Үслэлтийн хот тушаалыг дагсан. Хороо тушаалаар бүгдийг тушаалаар. Айлига даггүй. Ажил хөөе би. Би түүнийг бодлого бариад дуусгасан. Одоо үүнийг анхаарахгүй. Үүнд би бэ. Хөдөл. Адборын зовд мэнийг бидэнд тушаамуу. За, тэгсүү. Чүү хараа тооны хиймэй. Тушаалаар хүнддэггүй. Үслэг хиймэй. Тушаа аваа хан. Тушаалж байггүй.
Тушаачаа. Би үүнийг шалгах хийсэн. Одоо үүнийг барьсан. Юу хийж эцлэхгүй.
Тушаал болгох цаг болбай.
Ажиллах цаг боллоо.
Ирчүүдэ. Анхаарахгүй. Би түүнийг хийцүү. Би таны зэрэгээр болсон. Та ямар хараа болсмоо. Анхаарахгүй. Түүнийг хийж дуусгахгүй.
Уран барьсан байм цугаараа. Таны тушаал боллоо.
Хараа тэгэлдээ. Хөдөл. Хуулах зам бүр. Танус бүгд хөдөл.
Ажиллахгүй яа билэг.
Ажиллах цаг боллоо.
Надад ажил өгнө би тийш явна. Намайг хааш явуулах вэ?
Ама хат зэрэглэн ал. Өчигдөр хат. Таны зэрэгээр болсон. Элчүүтэй биднээ тушаалаа. Тийм үү?
Надад би тэд.
Харуулж
Би
байна.
дахиж чаа хөтлөм үү? Таны тушаалыг уг дуугүй дагмуу. Гүйцэтгэсэн. Би түүнийг олдохгүй бариад дууссан.
Ачаа тэр.
Зүйтэй. Энд ажил хэрэгтэй. Одоо үүнийг барьсан.
Бидний давталгүй.
Ажиллахгүй яв гэлэг. Хөдлөх цаг боллоо. Таны тушаалыг өгдөөгүй даалгүй. Тушаалаар явна уу? Гарч дуусчихъя. Сайхан харагдана уу? Юу хийж эзлэхгүй? Би замдаа яв ажиллах цаг боллоо. Гүйцэтгэсэн. За, өтөр хөдлөм үү?
Бидний давталгүй. Тэд харамж юу
Би тэнд олсон. Таны хүслийг ёсчлон биелүүлсэн. Жартгаар хүсгэхгүй. Юу хийж эзлэхгүй? Ажиллахгүй яа бэлэг. Эдэшний тураг агнсан. Ажиллах цаг боллоо.
Эрчүүдэ. Ангуутад юу гавсан? Ярсан цаг байна. Эцэг болсон. Би үгүй дагсан. Өслөлтийн хороод албан цааныг өгдөөгүй дайсан. Үлдээ хангацэр чаа хийсэн. Хороо тушаад авахгүй бил. Эцэг харваад байггүй.
Надуур ажиллахгүй за. Зүйтэй. Хинд ажил хэрэгтэй вэ? Би түүнийг удахгүй бариад дууссан. Би тийш явна.
Эцэг харваад байггүй. Хангацэр би өгдөггүй дагсан. Жагцэрэг давтал. Энд ажил хэрэгтэй буй.
Зүйтэй. Хинд ажил хэрэгтэй вэ? Би танд барьж өгсөн.
Угаар анхааралтай байна уу?
Тушаал болгох цаг болов. Хөдөг. Туулах зам уугалаад бэлэн боллоо. Тэгээд ажиллах цаг боллоо.
ажил өгнө. Зүйтэй. Тэнд ажил хэрэггүй. Би түүнийг удалгүй бариад дуусгасан. Чи юу хүсвэ?
Ажиллахгүй яа би.
Бэлэн боломгүй. Та юу туршаахыг хүсвэ? Анхаарахгүй. Жинхэнэ бүтээл муу тавтаж эрчүүдэ сүрийг үзүүлгүй. Би өгдөггүй багтсан. Бэлэнрүү давталмгүй. Хэд харуул байхгүй. Байр юу гэж? Тэргүүдэ. Аригтаа үйлчлэлтийн хороо тушаал хүлээгүй. Ажил харваач тушаал юу? Та юу тушаалаа шүү хүмүүс. Бүгд сонс. Юу хийж эцлэх бой? Би хайрцаггүй. Чад зэрэг хэлж баагүй. Чаа хэцүү. Тэргүүд аригтаа бой.
Намайг хааш явуулгүй бой. Бүгд сонс. Одоо үнийг барьсан.
Надуур ажил өгнө. Ордоо бэлэн боломгүй. Чадан зэрэг айхаа чиргэлэн бүтэц хороо тушаад авахуя хиймүй. Бүсдэлтийн хороо харахгүй. Чадан зэрэг таасаа юм аа. Яг хойсон болов. Би өгдөггүй надад. Надуур ажил өгнө.
Надуур ажил өгнө буй за.
Тушаад буудах цаг бол бай. Хөдөл буудах ордоо.
Юу хийж эцэхгүй тушаад болгох цаг болбой. Хөрөөлгүй сайхан бүлгөө.
Бүгдийг бэлтгэхгүй. Чадан зэрэг агиугаа. Хороо тушаад авахгүй. Өдөхгүй тушаад ирэх үе харваач та. Худана бэлэн.
Намайг хааш явуулгүй бой.
Бүгд сан
Цугаараа анхааралтай байна. Надуур ажил өгнө буй за. Таны тушаалаа болсон. Би танд барьж өгсөн. Би түүнийг удалгүй бариад болгосон.
Тушаалыг анхаарал хүлээ. Бүгд тугаад дугаа чагсаад авах. Чага. Harvard! 오락자 소마술 비요기조 양무스리 거들림을 알아봤다 오샵 대구대 돈이 비행기 동생몰이 다 호모의 집 흔들 양무스리 안성수들 구단 합숙 양무스리 안성수들 대구대 안성수들 구이 양무스리 안녕하
Ажиллах цаг боллоо.
янзлэр эдэн байгуй. Би түүнийг хийсэн. Өчигдөр өгсөн мөн. Та юу хэмээн тушаахгүй? Ажлахуя янзлэр
Энэ байртайгаа олон зуныг элэхгүй.
энийг харахгүй. Та юу тушаахыг хүсэж байна? Орто бэлэн болов. Бидээ тэргүүт арисабахгүй.
Зүгтээ гинт ажил хэрэгтэй.
тэргүүт арисабахгүй. Мөн бэлэн Ус таны тушаал хэлээ. Бидэн баймүй.
Юу хийж ажиллахгүй?
Бидний ус авчихгүй.
Би танд бачсан.
Хаашаа харахгүй. Янз зэрэг аа бэж. За тэгсүү. Чатууны хийж дуусгамгүй. Та хогоор чид хөдөл. Та ямар жирэмсэн явахгүй. Түүнийг хиймгүй. Бидэнд тушаамгүй. Хүсгүй. Юу харваш? Бидэнд тушаамгүй. Та ямар тушаал болохгүй вэ? Хараа өгнөгүй тахгүй. Охотгүй. Анхаарахгүй. Би хажууд баймгүй. Чи юу хүсэж байна? Ани тушаалыг хүлээх. Цус тулаана бэлэг. Бүгд хөдөл цаг боллоо. Та нуус бүгд хөдөл.
Бүгд сонс.
Би гişүү төвөө. Албарлаж дууссан. Чимээгүй. Чог тэрийг бай. Харахгүй бидэн баймгүй.
Юу хийж ажиллахгүй?
Би харахгүй. Цус тулаана бэлэг. Ордоо бэлэн болов.
Намайг хааш явуулдаг вэ? Одоо үүнийг барьсуу. Надуур ажил өгнөн байлаа.
Оны харвачд уушаад юу баг? Харуу хойд бид Тушаал болгох цаг боллоо. Яавла. Би ухах гэж бой.
Зөвхөн хинд ажил хийж вэ?
Харахгүй бой.
Цугаараа хөдөл. Туулах зам урт. Бүгд сонстушаад жаа. Би үнийг шалгахаар хийсэн. Таны хүслийг ёсчлон биелүүлсэн. Бүгд хөдлөх цаг болтугай. Би түүнийг одохгүй гараад дуусгасан.
Цуст тулаана бэлэн. Зөөлхэ. Энд ажил хэрэг бэлэн бай.
Бид рүү харж байвал.
Ата анхаарахгүй. Ярилхэг бата амдугай. Ариутмар бос явсугаар.
Ажиллах цаг боллоо. Тушаал хаанаас бүгд хөдөл. Би эдгээр хишгийг хамсав.
Элчүүд анхаарахгүй. Ата анхаар ботод югамс. Жагсгүй цаг болбай. Таны зэрлэгээр болсон. Задгүй хөрч хөдөл.
The Horde devastated the outer city.
ажиллах цаг боллоо.
Ама хат. Тушаал өгч байггүй. Одохгүй хатад надлууга хамт явсан. Эрэлхэг баста ам дугаа юу. Тушаалыг бүгдөө дагсуу. Бид хүлээж байна. Ама хат чимээгүй. Чухал хэрэг байна уу? Огт тушаал одохгүй. Огчоо тасмаа. Энийг харахгүй. Хаашаа харахгүй. Хаашаа харахгүй. Харахгүй бэлэн баймыг.
Ажиллах уу бэлэг.
Тушаал буулгах цаг болбай. Энийг харахгүй. Харахгүй бэлэн баймыг. Хаашаа харахгүй. Нүр бэлэг. Энийг харахгүй. Харахгүй бэлэн баймыг. Хаашаа харахгүй. Хэрчүүдээ анх юунд үлбээ вэ? Том бүгд тушаад маатад надлууга хамт явсан. Эдгээр түнгээ болчихсон.
The fortified heart of Kiev now lay in ruins.
Юунд үлбээ вэ? Түүнийг хийж дуусгамай. Бот тушаалыг дагсуу. Анх ботод юухан өмс. Жагсгүй цаг болбай. Ча тэгс чимээ надлуугаар чагсаа авах. Түүнийг харахгүй. Бидэнд тушаа муу. Жинхэнэ гах бүтэл бот амтд. Таны зэрдгээр болсон. Бат төөцдгэй. Орогсгар хөдөлгөө. Tuşa dik,
As the last buildings collapsed, the Mongol victory was complete. Kiev had fallen. Monka Khan and his Mongol warriors ran freely through the ravaged city, cutting down any survivors and plundering its riches. With Kiev under Mongol control, the gateway to Europe was open, and the empire could continue its conquest into the west. The vast Mongol Empire was created by warfare, but it was governed by bureaucracy. Good communications across the empire were vital, and that was the job of the Yam Riders. The Yam was an incredibly well-organized postal system, introduced by Genghis Khan over 800 years ago. It consisted of a network of relay stations, linked by high-speed riders.
These riders were so fast, they were known as the arrow messengers. You know, they rode at such a bruising pace that they would have to use these cloths to support their abdomen, their spine, and their internal organs.
Yam messengers wore a sash of bells, so they could be heard approaching from a distance. With this advance warning, a fresh relay horse could be ready as soon as they arrived.
Remounting like this allows us to travel several relays each day.
With a constant stream of riders, official messages could be carried quickly to and from all corners of the empire. In China alone, the Yam had over 14,000 relay depots and over 50,000 horses. In some areas, the relay stations were much closer together. Here, the system also used fast runners. However, it was the hard-riding couriers that made the Yam such a rapid communications web. And to ensure it ran smoothly, riders carried a medallion, the paisa. Paisas acted as passports and gave the owner authority to demand goods and services from the Yam stations and the local population. The Yam messengers were the lifeblood that flowed through the great Mongol Empire. With Kiev secure, the Mongols planned a coordinated drive deeper into Europe. They would divide the forces of Poland and Hungary by attacking both kingdoms simultaneously. At Liegnitz, the old armies of Europe would be tested against Mongol-style warfare. In the fertile grasslands of Liegnitz, the Mongols would face Europe's greatest armies, led by the forces of Poland. An army from Bohemia was marching to assist the Polish forces gathering at Liegnitz. Together, they hoped to stop the Mongols before Western Europe succumbed to a full-scale invasion. If the Mongols acted quickly, they could defeat the scattered Polish army and force the Bohemians to withdraw. The Mongols had adopted gunpowder technology from their Chinese subjects, and now brought with them the mighty nest of bees. This explosive projectile weapon allowed them to target the enemy with a devastating barrage of rockets. As the farms smoldered and smoke billowed to the sky, the Mongols claimed the spoils from the wreckage. By raiding the enemy's farmland, the Mongols could plunder valuable resources. The Mongols defeated the Polish detachment and continued their unrelenting drive.
투샤몬 알아듣는 바닥소 돈이 키지 도스로 보이 비 옥동을 단소
The Mongols eliminated Poland's knights, dealing a critical blow to the European forces. Despite being outnumbered by the European armies, the Mongols were victorious. As fire scorched the farmlands of Liegnitz, Europe reeled in horror. The ingenuity of the Mongol Empire had brought a terrifying new kind of destruction to the doorstep of the West. Nomads followed their flocks and herds. A Mongol family might move up to 30 times a year to seek fresh grazing.
Nomadic people civilization is different from the settled civilization. It's based on open field, movement, and horseback riding lifestyle. The music is one of the most important elements of this kind of way of life.
A central theme in Mongolian music is the horse.
All Mongol life was lived on horses. That's part of the Mongol identity, is the music of the horse.
The most iconic Mongolian instrument was the morin kor.
Morinkhor in a Mongolian language, it's mean horse head fiddle.
The strings came from a horse's tail. 120 hairs for the top, female string, and 150 for the bottom, male string. Everything to do with the morin kor related to horses. And it could even imitate their sounds. A distinctive aspect of Mongolian music is throat singing.
Throat singing is an ancient way of singing that imitates the echo from the nature.
Throat singing is the sound of the steppe, the wind, the earth, the animals. Music was also used to tell stories. In this praise song, two horses run away from Genghis Khan for a life in the wild. But they miss his kindness, and so they return. The prospect of being immortalized in a praise song was a powerful motivation for warriors on the battlefield. While the Mongols in the north destroyed the Polish army, Batu Khan and General Subutai rampaged through the south into the heart of Hungary. Tricked into an intense pursuit, the Hungarian king chased down these foreign invaders, all the way to the plains of Mohi. Batu Khan led his warriors across the plains, luring the Hungarian king to a battle site far from the safety of his city. As the Hungarians broke away to regroup across the Sayo River, the Mongols prepared to strike. General Subutai would soon arrive to join Batu, having escorted the Mongol camp to the battle site. While the Khan waited for his general, the Mongol vanguard would probe across the bridge to the north. Across the bridge, the Mongol soldiers found themselves heavily outnumbered and beat a hasty retreat away from the ambush. This was not the first time Batu had been outnumbered. Drawing on past victories, he began to stage a coordinated attack. Arriving at the battle site, General Subutai quickly assessed the situation. The Mongols discovered a potential alternative river crossing, a broken bridge.
Та юм хэмээн би үг дуугүй дагсуу. Ажил би тийш явмуу. Би танд барьж өгсөн.
Бүгд сонс. Тушаал болгох цаана ус. Бүгд хөдөл.
Бүгд таны тушаалыг үг дуугүй дагмуу. Энэ барьсан олон зууныг илээх буй. Миний чад бэлэг тулгдах ботод юугаан юмс. Жагсгүй цаг болбай.
Цугаараа анхааралтай байна уу?
Зүйтэй. Энд ажил хэрэгтэй буй. За, би үүнийг шалгахын
Бүгд сонс.
Ама хат залхуу гөрийн чив. Хөдөл. Жирэглэн гал. Хөдөл муу тамтид. Юунд үлбий вэ? Хөдөл. Би түүнийг хийцүү. Тулгдах элеугаар явагдах хуй. Ах. Эчүүтэй. Хөдөл. Тань. Жаагаас.
Намайг хааш явуулах вэ буй? За, өтөр хөдлөм үү?
Тушаал хүнээгүй мэнэг. Эчүүтэй. Анхаарахгүй.
The Mongols approached the Sayo River and discovered a shallow crossing.
Юунд үлбий вэ? Хөдөл.
Надуур ажил өгнөн буй. Хөдлөх цаг боллоо. Таны хүслийг ёсчлон биелүүлсэн. Би үүнийг жассан. Тушаал буулгах цаг болбой. Би түүнийг одолгүй бариад дуусгасан. Би танд барьж өгсөн. Ажил би хийх юм уу? Би
Эчүүтэй. Бэлт. Анхаарахгүй. Ботод юугаа юмс. Жагсгүй цаг болбай. Түүнийг хийж дуусгамой. Жирэглэн гал. Хөдөл муу тамтид. Таны зэрэггээр болсон.
Арваач та тушаа ордог цаг боллоо.
Би юу хийж гэсэн.
Ариун хумардад явсгаа. Арваач та жирэгдэн гол.
Бидэнд тушаа мод гүцэтгэх.
Арваач хам хурдаараа.
энэ барилга олон зооныг хилээх буй. Юу хийж эзлэх буй? Би тэнд орохгүй. Зүйтэй. Хинд ажил хэрэгтэй буй? Одоо үнийг барьсан. Жаргалгаар хүнс бэл.
Ажил хөөе бэлэн. Анхаарахгүй.
Арваач яв. Тушаалыг бүгд угуу дагсуу.
Эдэнд тушаа муу.
Арваач тушаалыг хүлээвгүй. Би гүцгэсэн.
Би ч их чармайсан да. Юу хийж таны тушаалаар болсон? Таны хүслийг ёсчлон биелүүлсэн. Одоо үүнийг барьсан. Тушаал хөдөл суулгах зам бүрт. Би гişүүд.
Цугаараа анхааралтай байна уу? Тушааж. Би үнийг шалавхан хийсэн.
Арваач та арваач ам хурдаараа. Хариу хумардаад явсгаа. Ордох цаг боллоо. Тушаалыг дагсан. Арваачд яв.
Ama hadi. Tушаал өгч байггүй.
Ажиллах цаг боллоо.
While Subutai rushed to ready his army, Batu was poised to make another attempt at taking the bridge.
Тушаалыг дагуулаа бэлэн. Атгалтууд бидэн чүүдэ. Анхаарахгүй. Хороо тушаал өсөлтийн хороо. Бэлтгэл хороо хөдөл. Өгөрч тушаалаар болсон. Бүгдийг ийм үе.
Ажиллах уу би?
Угаар анхааралтай байна уу? Мах хэлбэг болтгоо.
Orde bedeng. Ордоо бидний болов. Арвачид ушаад явааг. Зүйтэй. Энд ажил хэрэгтэй. Тэдэнд тушаамуй. Арваач та тушаалыг бийдүүд. Ани тушаал ордоод бэлэн боломгүй. Юу хийж эцлэх буй? Ани тушаалыг буулгах цаг бол бай. Би эдгээр хишгийг хансав.
Цугаараа анхааралтай байна уу?
Альтын харваа ушаад удаймгүй.
Зүйтэй. Хинт ажил хэрэгтэй.
Цугаар анхааралтай баймгүй.
Харваач бидэн удаймгүй.
Ажил хууя бэлэн. Тушаал буулгах цаг бол бай. 남도가 ямар тушаад өгөхгүй. Би таны тушаалыг хүлээв. Юу хийж эцлэх вэ? Тугаар анхааралтай баймуу.
За тэгээд
Та ямар тушаал өгөхгүй.
надуур ажил өгнө буй. Тушаалаар явмуу. Би түүнийг удахгүй дараа болчихсон.
Хааш мурдахгүй. Удахгүй арилхэг бат та амдгаа юу? Амдгаа чагсаа давхагдахгүй. Та ямар тушаал
Намайг хааш явуулах уу бэ? Би эдгээр хишгийг хансав.
Batu Khan saw his opportunity and pushed across the bridge to meet the Hungarians head-on.
자! 샷 선으로들 투이. 바로 도시하다 보여면 도시하다 당수. 일단 도시하 선수 투이. 도시백기 초대 앙카르 투이. 도니키 도스모이. 일단 돈다. 높은 군. 도시백기 바로 도시하 도다모이. 아니 도시하다 쫓지를 보다. 아마 잡고 버리지 어디 나쁘는 그만 잘한다 바로 와우셔서 웃는 게 바로 알아다
The Mongols took the bridge and held the open space, forcing the Hungarians into the trees and splitting them into several groups. Now the Mongols could drive the Hungarians back to their camp. One small space with nowhere to run. With the Hungarians pinned down, the Mongols closed in to destroy the last of their army. The Mongols laid waste to the Hungarian fort, sending their king and the last of his army fleeing for their lives. Once again, Batu Khan and General Subutai had outwitted and utterly destroyed their European enemies, striking terror into the heart of the West. The Mongols used all manner of ingenious machines, from trebuchets to giant crossbows. They were masters of siege warfare and recruited Chinese military engineers to build their devices. In this copy of an 11th century Chinese manual, Justin Ma has discovered an unusual weapon.
This is a triple crossbow, a large triple crossbow in an arrangement where we have two bows in front, and here's the weird thing. You've got one bow in the back, facing backwards. There is a term in this passage which says that the bows are joined using a shengzhou, or a rope and axle, a pulley.
Okay, yeah. A pulley is the key, and that's the absolute essential ingredient in this contraption to make it work.
The front bows are joined by two simple cords. However, the rear bow is set facing backwards. The front two bows are strung and set to face forwards. The rear bow is then connected to the front bows by a single cord, running through two pulleys. This pulley system allows all three bows to thrust a projectile in the same direction.
Now these pulleys make sense. Sort of spanning around here, reversing the direction.
A winding mechanism, called a windlass, draws the string into place.
You can see that tension as it's pulling that last bow in reverse.
A crucial part of the design is the backwards-facing bow. This unique feature gives the machine a huge draw, making it capable of shooting massive darts.
There's a lot of tension in there.
The projectile strikes with impressive force.
Golly.
Well, it's gone through 3.
Piercing 3 boards on the first attempt, the team decides to increase the challenge.
Let's do it. Quite exciting. Let's see if it really can punch a hole through that 4th one. It went all through 3 of them, and it punched a slight hole on the side of the 4th.
In battle, such weapons might be used to penetrate shields, but this heavy oak barrel poses an even greater challenge.
Aha, we got the hole. Look at it. A lot of leaking out. I didn't think we're gonna be able to punch this. I mean, it's just incredible.
This is impressive. I mean, this took a lot of force, too.
Look at the thickness of it. And this is some hard wood. I mean, this is not just some particle board here, okay? I mean, this is incredible.
Embracing the knowledge and skills of the people they conquered enabled the Mongols to win wars and control vast territories. This was key to the creation of one of the world's largest empires. After a stunning victory over the Hungarian king at the Battle of Mohi, the Mongols seemed unstoppable. But a year later, the great Khan Ogadei died. The Mongols pulled out of Europe and returned home. Over the next 20 years, 2 more great Khans ascended to the throne. Their conquests continued to expand the empire in the east. Then in 1260, the grandson of Genghis became the next great Khan. His name was Kublai Khan. He would rock the foundations of one of the medieval world's most advanced civilizations, China. This is Chengdu. Remembered today as Xanadu, it was once Kublai Khan's great northern capital. From here, he jealously eyed the wealth of southern China's Song dynasty. He wanted to take it and become emperor of all China. The Song dynasty had ruled over southern China for more than 300 years. And the country was prosperous and well-governed. Kublai Khan knew that the key to victory was capturing a strategic city lying far to the south of Chengdu. It was called Changyang. Changyang was the gateway to the south and the heart of the Song dynasty's power. Controlling the Han River, a critical access route to cities further along the Yangtze. Capturing Changyang was Kublai Khan's only hope of becoming emperor of all China. The Mongol horde had to take the city at all costs. Kublai Khan, not content with rule over his own lands, coveted the riches of the Song dynasty to the south. He ordered his army to the twin cities of Fancheng and Shenyang, confident in his tried and tested tactics. Although Kublai's ultimate target was the fortress of Shenyang, the Mongols would first have to control its sister city of Fancheng. The Mongols cleared the bridge of its guards and continued their advance on Fancheng. The Mongols spotted a fortified Song camp, blocking the road to the twin cities. Seeing an opportunity to overwhelm the enemy camp, the Mongols called in their reinforcements. Together, the two detachments would strike the camp from both sides, pincering the Song. With the Song camp destroyed, the Mongols set in motion their plan to seize the Twin Cities. First, they would meet with an allied force at the gates of Fancheng. This assault force would attack the gates of Fancheng, while the Mongol vanguard would defend the siege weapons firing upon the cities. The Mongols met with the Allied assault force at the gates of Fancheng. As the Allied force charged the gates, the Mongol vanguard moved to defend the siege weapons from Song attacks. As the Mongols approached, the Song burned the bridge to Shenyang, preventing a direct assault on the fortress. The assault on Fancheng was met with a barrage of gunfire, forcing the Allied army to retreat. With the gates still unbroken and under guard, the Mongols switched strategies and called on a large group of reinforcements to bring in their mobile camp. The Mongols would besiege the mighty Twin Cities. The Mongols rallied a force on the bridgehead. The Mongol strategy was to hold the city's bridges so that no Song forces could escape and no reinforcements could enter.
Elçude bit. Elçude bit. Kuşat hude bit bedin. Elçude bit. Эй мамбайдын явсуу. Элчүүдээ зөрөгтэй давчигдах үе. Миний үгээр явагдах үе. Авах. Тань жаага болсон. Өтөр гүйцэтгэе. Холбоо эй мамбайдын явсуу. Тань жаага болсон. Элчүүдээ өдөр. Элчүүдээ миний үгээр явагдах үе. Ав. Танд хүчин зүтгэсэн. Эцэг хадаж үгүй. гүйцэтгэсэн. Тушаал хүлээх үед бэлэн. Өтөр гүйцэтгэе. Одохгүй шин тушаал ирэх мүү? Баатад надлууга хамт явсан. Элчүүдээ бэлэн. Элчүүдээ зөрчилдөө давшихгүй. Тушаал би амбайлан явсан. Ичээсүү. Үүрэгтэй үлдүүр. Товдох цаг ирж хэмээгүй. Чухал хэрэг байна. Элчүүдээ зөрчилдөө давшихгүй. Миний үгээр явахгүй. Ав. Тушаал хүлээх үед бэлэн. Очень зүтгэсэн. Ойрбатруудаа давцоо.
Securing the second bridgehead, the Mongols were one step closer to blocking off all the escape routes.
Elçude, bit, şahkude, bit, bit. Torşoğlu varsa! Elçude, bit, olumluk sagirde. Otur kutski. Elçude, bit, torşoğlu, elçude, bit.
The Mongols took up position on the last bridgehead. Seeing that the Mongols were attempting to block the city's escape routes, the Song began planning a counterattack.
Elçude, bit. Elçude, bit. şahkude kuit beten ya kalsın. Urte urte. Onunluk sagirde. Torşudun koşalım. Elçude bit.
The Song launched their counterattack on the Mongols holding the bridgeheads. The Mongols had to hold the three bridgeheads against the Song attacks.
바로 호이드 믿음 바이. Бәрінді құршуыт бейдің. Тошата күткі бұй. Бейеуіт бәй бұй. Бәр қаруат әлі құмартат япсуға. Тошата күткі бұйдасы. Қолықтық цагырды. Дәсі бітті дауды бұй. Емсігі уаншалық Allah'dan yav. Elçude bit. Şahkude kuit beyдің. Onunluk sagirde. İyi amdaydık yapsın. Allah'ımın kendi çağırdı. Uçup tutup su. Allah'ta koşandığı büyüdü. Elçude bit. Torşudundan koyabilir. Onunluk sagirde. Hükümlü karınlarımız.
Desperate to stop an all-out Mongol assault on their walls, the Song destroyed the remaining bridges to the Twin Cities. Unable to advance, the fortress of Zhangyang remained locked to the Mongols. But with a siege established, the Khan's cause was not yet lost. After a stunning victory over the Hungarian king at the Battle of Mohi, the Mongols seemed unstoppable. The Twin Cities did not yield. The Mongols would need a new tactic to breach the Great Song fortress. Rather than another costly head-on assault, they planned to cut off the cities by blocking the critical supply route at Lumanshan. The Song defector, General Lu Zheng, advised Kublai Khan that the best strategy to take Zhangyang was to construct a blockade, completely cutting it off. Lu Zheng led the Mongol army to the trade route at Lumanshan and set his plan in motion. The general's plan depended on recruiting local workers who could build defenses. The first step was to eliminate the Song garrison near the village of Lumen. The Mongol army tore through the Song garrison, and with these guardians removed, the people of Lumen gave their support to Lu Zheng and Kublai Khan. Controlling Lumin allowed Liu Zheng to employ Chinese tactics and equipment, including the construction of stone walls. He ordered the people to build walls to block the roads north, cutting off Xiangyang from the rest of the Song. The people of Lumin reported that the village of Bohekou, located to the west, would also welcome Liu Zheng's arrival. If the general could get forces to Bohekou, it would add both an economic and military boost to his blockade. Bohekou not only welcomed Liu Zheng's men, but members of the local militia even defected to the Mongol cause. Stout walls now blocked off the first of the major routes to Xiangyang. Liu Zheng's vision was complete. The Mongols' great blockade now cut off the Song cities. However, the Song commanders would not leave Xiangyang to stand alone and sent forces to break through the Mongol barrier.
我喜欢在森林里。出战！
集中注意力，命令即将下达。
大家听好，我们要收到命令了。
准备接
集中
出发，不要胡闹了。我喜欢在地里干活。
切！내 만반등이 없어.太苦庆就得说，安静下来，马上完成任务。不要发牢骚，只要走就是了。허벅지 차길게. 애초에 저렇게 답시 코에. 못들 꾸치기. 애초에.
Song forces descended on Lu Zheng's men. The general needed to defend what he had taken from his former masters.
技艺高超，
渴望出征，为您的这就骑马前进。
是，我已准备听从指令。我这就建好这座建筑。
新命令遵照您的要求。您需要我做神魔，不采集到卧室，我已准备听从指令。安静下来，兄弟们！林坤，现在安静。
你需要我做什么？我依照您的指挥移动。一座需要建造的建筑。 用安贴。
是，我已准备听从指令。一座需
第一高超不用安贴，我会确保它变得很好。准备接受下耕作中。新先请大家听好，我们要收到命令了。
T 高超，奉命转移方向。我这就建好这座建筑。
给我指出一个目标。
The Mongols maintained control of the Song trade route at Lumanshan, cutting off Shanyang from the south. Thanks to the insights of General Lu Zheng, Kublai Khan's plan to weaken the Great Song fortress was working. The twin cities did not yield. The Mongols would need a new... Heavy cavalry was an integral part of the Mongol army. By definition, they were fully armored. Heavy cavalrymen were troops who went into the thick of the fighting.
Mongol heavy cavalry had steel helmets, but they also had this very distinctive form of armor here, known as lamina, made of steel, rawhide, and even leather. Now, in this example, you can see how the individual scales have been laced together, often with doe skin. Rows of lamellae, which in turn was then sewn into fabric or leather backing. Lamina armor is wonderfully robust. It's flexible, relatively lightweight, and easy to repair.
The Mongol heavy cavalryman, in his characteristic lamella armor, was the hammer in the Mongol war machine.
All Mongols, both heavy and light cavalry, were capable horse archers. However, for the heavy cavalry, shock troops that rode into and smashed the enemy, the bow was of secondary importance. Their principal weapon of first contact was the lance.
Using the momentum of the horse, the lance was mostly used point first to strike and pierce a foe. It could be used with great precision. Strikes with the point were effective, but the Mongol lance had an additional feature.
Not only did you have the spearhead for running into and through the enemy, but you also had this hook to haul them from the saddle.
It took considerable strength to pull a man from his horse. And doing so took him out of the fighting just as successfully as a head-on strike.
In hand-to-hand combat, the Mongols used the sword to slice their way to victory. But they also had this, the Great Mace, which they used with two hands.
armies were famous for their ability to move fast and strike with surprise. But their heavy cavalry was a brutal shock force that could overwhelm and crush an enemy with raw power. Crippled by the loss of their supply route, the twin cities of Shenyang and Fangcheng were ready to fall. The Mongols' new long-range trebuchets would test the mighty walls of the Song fortress, and Kublai Khan would not stop the bombardment until he sat on the throne of all China. After years of resisting Kublai Khan's siege, Fancheng and Shenyang still refused to submit to Mongol rule. To take the cities, Kublai Khan would harness the full power of his empire by enlisting an ally from the Ilkhanate of Persia. Ismail, a siege expert, would lead the Mongol army in the construction of the Huihui Pao, an immensely powerful counterweight trebuchet. This new trebuchet, once constructed, could hurl boulders greater in size than any weapon before it. During the years-long siege, Kublai Khan had established lucrative trade routes with Chinese market towns who swore loyalty to him. Although these trade partners were vulnerable to Song attacks, they could deliver valuable resources to fund Ismail's efforts. The Mongol commercial network could supply Ismail in stone so long as he had enough traders on the road.
Ажиллах цагжаа. Би өнийг шалгахын хийсв. Оттаны замд Хотл тоя бэлэн.
Уудукхи бидний тушаад ирвэ. Ажиллах цаг боллоо.
Намайг хар.
Ажиллах хуя бэлэн.
Хамигаа одмой. Таны тушаалаар болсон.
제매구이 도시아독 주말모이 일직식 요강하오 도시아독 우도구 내이루모이 도시아독 우르지 땅모 Юу хийж эцлэх бой? Зүйтэй.
Бүгд сонс.
Би ишүүд юм уу? Аануу зэтүүгээ юу хийхээ мэдгүй. Доодгор тавай тэнөө сайн чанар. Ушаалаар тавши юу хүсмүү. Они душанар явсуу. Узас хур. Яв. Аануу зэтүүгээ юу хийхээ мэдгүй. Хайстаа битэрэ тушаад өгөх гэж байна уу? Би чадна. За. Өтөр бүчтэй. Тушаадыг дагаж байна. Тушаадыг бүх дуугүй дагаж байна. Тушаадыг бүтгэе. Тушаадыг байна. Тэр би дуугүй дагсуу. Суматанда. Өтөхгүй тушаадыг муу харваачтаа. Чадад зэрэг эдик байгуу. Чадад зэрэг дам хоёр зайтай хөдөж чүдэ. Тушаадыг гэж байна. Менежер бэлээ чарчигаар явуулама. Үгүй бидний тушаадыг вэ? Ани тушаадыг өгдөггүй нагмуу. Жагсах цаг боллоо. За, би үүнийг барьсан. Шига хадгууч. Чэмээгүй тушаадыг цаамгүй.
Зүйтэй. Хийхгүй.
Хэн тушаадыг. Хэн тушаадыг. Бүгд санс. Тушаал буулгах цаг болбай. Тушаал буулгах цаг болбай. Гөрөөж хүлцээ. Цугаар анхааралтай баймгүй. Эдшний тураг агнасуу. Ажлах цаг боллоо. Уугнартаа ажил бүгд санс. Тугаар хаануус бүгд хөдөл. Остаар явгүй.
Хөдөл тууя бэлэн. Остаар явгүй.
Итүгэ шиг олж баймгүй. Би юу хийх жолт зэрэг зэрэгдэн гасгүй. Тушаал буулгах цаг болбай. Хөдөл туулах зам мурт. Мөн би явж байна уу? Чадна зэрэг. Хөдөл. Үгүй бидний тушаал ирвэ. Юу хийж эцлэх бүгд сонс. Тусдааны замыг гүйтгэсэн. Уугалдаа ажилдаа бид. Уугалдаа хөөх зам урт. Би гişүү төмөө. Уугалаар бэлэн боллоо. Ажиллах цаг боллоо. Уугалардаа тушаал эрдэл байж таны хүснийг ёсчлон биелүүлсэн. Тугаар анхааралтай баймуу.
Юу хийж чадахгүй?
Ажиллах хуя бэлэн. Юу хийж эцлэх буй? Одоо үүнийг барьсан. Ажиллах цаг боллоо. Зүйтэй энд ажил хэрэгтэй буй. Ажил хөдлөх цаг боллоо. Тушаалаар гişүү төмөө. Ажиллах цаг боллоо.
Ажил хуя бэлэн. Худалд хуя бэлэн. Найланд явтаа.
Уугалардаа ажилдаа бил.
Зүйтэй. Хинд ажил хэрэгтэй.
Уугалард бэлэн боллоо. Ажил хуя бэлэн бүгд сонс. Арьян явтаа.
Уугалард бэлэн боллоо. Худалдааны замд гарлаа.
Хүчин зүтгэсүү. Аамус идүүгээ юу хийхээ мэдмүү. Хуя.
Ажил цугаараа анхааралтай байна уу? Худалдааны замд гарлаа. Хамига отмой. Найланд явлаа.
Уугалардаа тушаал эрдэл. бэлэн боллоо.
Тушаал болох цаг боллоо. Ажиллах цаг боллоо. Бүгд сонс. Таны тушаалыг бүгд өгөө даах нь. Хичээдсэхгүй. Ажиллах цаг боллоо. Удаадараа. Намайг хааш явуулах вэ бөө? Останний замд гартаа. Цугаараа анхааралтай байв. Удаадараа явмаа.
Хэмээгүй тушаал өгч байна уу? За, би барьсуу. Үүнийг дуусна. Тушаалыг дагах хуя бэлэн.
With the counterweight trebuchet constructed, the Mongols could mount their assault on the twin cities. As Ismail's trebuchet had a far greater range than those of the Song defenders, the Mongols could attack from a safe distance. Drawn to the bombardment from the trebuchet, the Song soldiers left gaps elsewhere in their defense, which the Mongols could exploit.
Тулаан төгсвөн тушаалыг дагсуу. Бүслэлтийн хороо мэдэн. Бичээд бэл. Акс шил тушаал ирлээ. Зааврыг дагагдахгүй. Сэдвүүгээ түүхийхээ мэдмүү. Тушаалыг дагах. За. Өөдөө жагсах цаг боллоо. Надуур ажил хөдлөхийг тушаалаа. За, би үүнийг барьсуу. Бүслэлтийн хороо тушаал хүлээхгүй.
With Fan Cheng cracked open and the city under active bombardment, the Mongols could now rebuild the bridges that the Song had burned 6 years earlier. With the bridge rebuilt, the doors to Fancheng were wide open.
Өслөлтийн хороо тушаад хүлээгүй. Өслөлтийн хороо тушаад хүлээгүй. Эрчүүдээ тэднийг хотно гэсэн. Амусын дүүгээ түүхийхээ мэд анхаарал тушаалаар болсон. Өслөлтийн хороо тушаад хүлээгүй. Өслөлтийн хороо харуулахгүй. Агс шин тушаад ирлээ. 자, 우리 당을 보이.
자, 비우니그 베르소. 목대기 벤치코인. 허라, 못. 모독비 모사코. 야우. 제일 집식이 요구해 나오. 허라, 부샤가 보야. 오면 나오다오려 목대. 마법 도사가 빌딩. 나토 렉스로그노 야곱진 부도 오르샤 목대 벨지쿠이 걸어 오 게임 벨무다관 도샤도 그주와의 모임
侦察兵，这就起码是。
아니 자이들아 공기
The Mongols swept into Fancheng, striking down any Song warriors in their path.
那就骑马前进。不从是我的职责，我们去寻找战斗吧。我听到了您的指令，整体化行动。
모스켓 악스 쉔 도샤들인데 모스켓 때 하나 걸어 추모이 걸어 마야리오가 있지 소스트 도샤들 우소의 비누모에 노동달 제리진 야구모에 물씬 도샤들이 무바트다 아타 암탄 보이 멘구대조에 요새 좋아요 좀 힘이 어둠도 타길게 갱주다 흔든 마르보빈데 오천 알았어봐요 마르보 오천 흔든 걸어 도샤다 호야 베지 무스티 걸어 바로 포이 걸어 도샤다 호야 베지 자 인드비스틱 가드스몰 목대기 베지 초이 아무런 도시가 사르고 오기도 도샤 선으로 포이 아니 도샤들 오고 걸어 추모이 베지틱 모르시그 초이 무스티 걸어 도샤 도자고이 해매고이 도시아도 구발고이 听好了，士兵们，그때 도시아들 도시아들 딱 호야 베이징 해매고이 도시아도 구발고이
新命令即将林肯战斗就是我主权。
목대기면 초이 렌추대 마스터 모스테 허라 도시아 도다무이 어이쿠마 모도크이 그때 도시아들고야 도시아들 닭보야 원복스모이 아? 약속 타고 먹다 열정들 요가 도시아들에게 딱소
도시아다 뭐다 잡았네.
도시아들 호텔 꼬집게 아무 고마마 배들 어이 고맙다 맛있다 호텔 꼬집게
도샤직 땅보야 대등 말고진 맞다 뭐다 군수가 하도 아무 말지 않는다 일찍 막히고 일주다
After years of holding out against the Mongols, the first of the twin cities finally fell to Kublai Khan's army. All that now stood between Kublai Khan and the throne of China was the final stronghold of the Song, the city of Xiangyang. Using the immense range of the Great Trebuchet, Ismail aimed to lay waste to Xiangyang's great keep. Ismail's counterweight trebuchet proved its might, shaking the earth and shattering the spirits of the Song. The great keep of Xiangyang had fallen. With Xiangyang's gate undefended, the Mongols could now repair the connecting bridge to the Song stronghold. With the city in disarray, the Mongols were free to tear down the imperial palace. Mongol warriors flooded the streets of Shenyang as the Song defenders rose to make a desperate last stand. Shenyang, the great bastion of the Song dynasty, had fallen. Kublai Khan had finished what his grandfather, Genghis Khan, had started. And now, he could establish his own great dynasty and sit on the throne of all China. the Mongol army smashed through Shangyan's defenses and captured the city. Kublai Khan then pursued the remnants of the Song dynasty across southern China. In 1279, at the Battle of Yamen, the Mongols destroyed the last defenders of the Song. Kublai Khan now ruled over all China, founding the Yuan dynasty. His royal court in Chengdu welcomed scholars, traders, and religious leaders. The Mongols demonstrated civility and religious tolerance, but also brutality and violence, typifying the contradictions within the Mongol Empire. Since Genghis Khan first united the Mongolian tribes, they had made incredible advances in technology and trade. And they created indelible connections between East and West. At its height, almost 100 million people lived under Mongol rule, a quarter of the world's population. The Mongol Empire endured for less than 200 years, before fragmenting into smaller territories. But its legend continues to this day. Genghis Khan's mission was to unite the world into one empire. Yet he always returned to the Mongolian steppe, where the endless grasslands lay beneath the eternal sky. And from where he created one of the largest empires the world has ever known.